Welcome. Welcome. Damn, my voice cracked. Welcome to another stream. I'm back. Hope you're doing good. It's Friday, so I think I'm gonna just do some sound design today, and we'll see where we end up. I don't really have a plan, but good to be back. How are y'all doing? I got some tea again, so we're good to go. Having some Earl Grey again tonight. Alright, sweet. Let's get set up here. Yo, Bytes, welcome. Alright, we're set. I don't know what we're gonna make today. Honestly speaking, I have been a little bit tired with drum and bass, so maybe we'll end up making something else. Maybe we'll just make some cinematic stuff for, I don't know. Or who knows, maybe it'll turn out into something that does fit drum and bass, but I have been a little bit tired with drum and bass lately. So we'll see what happens. My brain wants to do something, I don't know. Maybe start with like a choir or something. See if we can make something big. Not working. Let's test that out. Should be working, I hope. Unless it has turned itself off again. No, it's working, cool. Let's just start with the classic Bulgarian choir. See if we can find some cool sort of like chords or something with it, and see where that leads us. Oh, my bad. That was muted. Are we rolling on the master track? We are. Okay, good. Why is it not making sound? Because that is not... Okay, cool. Yeah, so last week I had a banging headache, and I woke up last week and my head was absolutely pounding, so I really did not feel like streaming. I took some what is it? Some painkiller, and around the time I was supposed to stream, it was a little bit better, but because I had been having a pounding headache the entire day, I was like completely drained. I just didn't feel like, well, I just didn't want to do anything. And so that's why we didn't stream. Next week is if everything goes right, of course. If I don't wake up with a pounding headache again, we will have feedback again. So next week, get your tracks and we'll do feedback. Yo, Kenny. I've been doing good. I've been doing good. Um, just really busy with stuff, you know. I'm feeling C sharp today. Let's see. I had something in my head before the stream. We need some kind of a. Let's make a little. Let's see. Maybe I'll have something that we can use. Sound effects. Might make something. Yeah, I saw some stuff coming about with the whole native instruments thing. I didn't really look into it too much, but from what I saw passing by, it's not necessarily Native Instruments itself, but it's the parent company, the company that owns Native Instruments, which is like, you know, this thing has been going on in the music industry for a couple of years now, where like big, I believe it's like big investment firms that are buying up music production companies, and Native Instruments is part of that. I forgot what the name is of the company, but they're not doing too great. They filed for bankruptcy, I saw. Contact might become abandonware. No, I think the most logical thing that's gonna happen is that they'll be bought out by some other company. That's probably what's gonna happen. Like honestly, I didn't really look too far into it, so I might be wrong, but it's usually what happens with these kind of things. Because, you know, the whole Contact brand and like Native Instruments in general, like, sure, they haven't maybe been doing too great in recent years, but a lot of their products do have a lot of value to their name. So it is something that is maybe interesting for like a different investment firm to come in and buy them up, basically just buy the whole thing. But still, insolvency. I've honestly, this is the first time I've ever saw that word. So I think it's a step before bankruptcy. Okay. Hey, if everything goes to shit, at least we'll have like options. But it would be shit though. It would be pretty shit. But on another note, like it would sort of like I guess create a gap in the market again for another company to jump into. So we'll see. But I don't know. It already started when Native Instruments bought up like what was it, Isotope, and I think it's Plugin, not Plugin Boutique. Um, what was the name again? The company that also sells unfiltered audio stuff and Brainworks and what was the name of that company again? Plugin Alliance. Those are owned by the same company as well, I believe. So those are gonna probably be hit by the same thing then as well. And Isotope, yeah, Isotope as well. It's when, I already saw the whole thing happening when Isotope got bought out by Native Instruments, and you know, they started releasing like these sort of like dumbed down versions of their old plugins, right? We had everyone was hoping for Trash 3, like an actual upgrade to Trash, especially because they had taken it offline. You couldn't purchase it anymore. And then they came out with this absolute shitty version of Trash. And then they started releasing like these other plugins, which are basically just like things that they've already released in the past, but then dumbed down into a much more simplified version. And I already saw it that like that's not gonna do them well. Isotope, their plugins are very well respected and they are also widely used, but mostly because they're so good. They allow so much customization, I guess. Yeah, it's just that they have a lot of options, and they're great tools because of it. And then they started releasing these like shitty versions of it, and I was like, kind of looks like they're just trying to grab some more money before everything goes to shit. And I can't imagine those plugins doing too great either, given like their history of plugins and then compared to what they've been releasing, right? So I can't imagine like their customers from like back in the day, people that bought Trash or bought Neutron or like any of those plugins like Ozone and stuff like that. And then, those people are probably like, when are we gonna get some proper upgrades to those plugins? And then they come out with like these shitty versions of basically things that are also in those other plugins, but then slightly tweaked. And then it's also like they release these plugins where honestly a lot of those plugins were just like very tiny little parts of what the previous plugins that they made were. So it's like had they combined those all into one new plugin, it would have probably been great. But because they've sort of like started releasing them separately as like little effects, it's like So I don't know. The new Absinthe. Well, actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I was reading on Absinthe as a synth a while ago. I stumbled, I believe it was on Twitter. I stumbled upon a post and I didn't really know this, but Absinthe wasn't made by Native Instruments. It was published by Native Instruments, but somebody else actually made it. They just struck a deal with Native Instruments, and Native Instruments then published Absinthe as a synth. But the person who had made it had actually been wanting to do a new version of Absinthe for a really long time. It's just that Native Instruments didn't want to. So, and I don't know what the current state is because I read this. I think it might have been like half a year ago, maybe a little longer. And I read this post by the original developer that he had successfully purchased the rights to Absinthe back from Native Instruments. So we could actually be seeing a new Absinthe synth sometime in the future. Because from what I gathered from that post, Native Instruments is not the owner of the Absinthe licensing anymore, and it's now back in the hands of the original developer. So it could actually be that we'll see a new synth at some time, which would be really cool, actually. Like, it was a pretty interesting synth. Like, it was very, well, it was a bit of a pain to use, but it had so many really original things in it that it was kind of fun at the same time, you know? Especially with the whole mutate feature that it had, where you could just click a button and, you know, tweak some sliders and then click a button and it would sort of like tweak all the settings in your patch and you would just get like a completely different thing. And you would, depending on how you set the sliders, it would tweak them more aggressively. And you would have this whole list of history where you could just go back to previous things. And that was, especially for the time, you know, pretty, well, pretty revolutionary, I guess. Like back in the day, there weren't many synths that would do that. Sometimes there would be like a randomized knob that would maybe flick through the presets at random, stuff like that. But you know, it was kind of a really interesting thing. So I do hope that we'll see like a proper sort of like upgrade or new version of Absinthe at some time with like a modern UI that is more like up to today's standard, but with sort of like the weirdness of what the old Absinthe had, right? With the weird sort of like synthesis modules and shit. Um, Black Box HG. I think I have that one as well. I think I got it for free from Plugin Alliance. Not sure if I have it in here, but yeah, Black Box Analog Design HG2. Will we get Absinthe X? Well, yeah, right. That's kind of the moment where I knew Native Instruments was not doing too great when they released Massive X. That was kind of the start when everything started going to shit with Native Instruments, you know? You know, we had Massive for a really long time, and it was the standard in wavetable synthesis, and then Serum came around and completely destroyed it, destroyed the reputation of Massive, for good reason, right? Serum, especially like when Serum first came out, it's like an amazing synth, right? And then Native Instruments came out with Massive X, which should have been like a proper competitor to Serum 2, but then it kind of flopped big time. And that was kind of the start when everything started going to shit with them, I feel. And now we've got Serum 2, which is even better than Serum 1, so like Massive X was way too complicated. Yeah. It had some cool things going for it, but then also it kind of like everybody got so used to Serum and the ease of use of Serum, and then the like that's the thing with Serum 1, right? It was really easy to use, but still allowed for such deep sort of like customization into the patches, which is a really difficult thing to get right. And Serum got that right, for sure. And Massive X, would they have wanted to be a proper competitor, they would have had to nail that as well, and they kind of didn't, you know? It had cool things in it, don't get me wrong, but the UI was kind of, well, kind of complicated, or too complicated for what it was, right? It wasn't really too intuitive in terms of the interface. And then it also kind of just, you know, lacked stuff that people had gotten used to from Serum. So yeah, it's kind of wasn't the greatest thing, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Serum nailed it for simplicity, but at the same time, if you want to get really deep into synthesis, you could still do that. And that is what made it so powerful. And then the UI as well is super intuitive, right? That's the one thing. It's like such an intuitive UI. that is really easy to wrap your head around, and it kind of nailed basically everything at what it had to do to kind of take over, so like from the whole wavetable market, the wavetable synthesis market from like Native Instruments. And since then, you can see it as well, because since then we've had, like other companies jump in, like minimal audio with Current, and of course we had Arturia Pigments as well. And when you look at the UI, they're kind of just sort of like taking the whole Serum UI kind of layout and just tweaking it. But they're all kind of similar now. Like Vital as well. Like Vital especially was intended to be a sort of like a free version of Serum, right? But like a lot of these wavetable synths now, they all kind of follow the same sort of like approach. Not only with like how the plugin is set up and what it contains, but also the UI. Like the way the UI is sort of like laid out is all pretty similar. And that is for good reason. The guy that made Vital is working on a UI framework for plugins now. That's interesting. I honestly haven't really stayed up to date with Vital. It's a cool plugin though, don't get me wrong, but... And yeah, Serum 2 is absolutely, it's like basically taking what Serum 1 did and just making it better. So yeah, that's just a really good... It's been a really good update, honestly. Let's see. Let's I feel like I want a... Oh, as well, I see that I forgot to launch millimeters. There we go. Now we can see everything. I kind of need sort of like a bit of a subby impact kind of thing, so let's just add some reverb. Should do the job for now. Oh, I I don't need the elevator on here. I want that on here. And then we need an external instrument. Drop that in here and send that to elevator. So we can sort of like blend in the reverb tail. I mean, it's kind of obvious that he's a good programmer, like, given that he made Vital all by himself. Like, don't get me wrong, like, of course, like, Steve Duda from Extra Records, he made Serum as well, but he didn't do it all by himself. Like, of course, he made the plugin, but he also, like, borrowed, like, DSP from, like, other companies. Like, what was it? The filter DSP was made in combination with, I believe, Cytomic, the company that made the glue as well. And just like in general, like a whole bunch of different companies helped out with Serum. And then, what was it? Matt from Vital. He just basically made a synth similar to it, which is kind of impressive. I wouldn't even know where to start, honestly. Should we layer something in it? Go with a sample. Layer one of these in here. Okay. Okay. Let's give that some release. Okay, that's not working. Oh wait, we're in the wrong envelope. Not really sure we need that, honestly. Just that is good enough for now. Matt Titel, that was it, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Kind of wants to be slower. I'm thinking what could be cool here. I like this vibe. That's good to end with. That would be good here. That could work. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like this coming in here, I think. And then ending on that, which could also end here, maybe? Here we're doing that. Okay, so that restarts. That's kind of cool. What if we do another double one at the end there? Then we have to make this pattern one more time. Let's do... well, we don't have to, but... Let's see, we can reset the pattern again halfway through. Right here. And then we can add something at the end. That? I do kind of think I'm gonna repeat the pattern one more time. Let's do that, and then that, 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 that. Maybe one more, so that we have basically exact same number ones as we have chords there, if I'm correct. And yo, Krala. I guess the last one is just gonna be sustained as well. Was that it? Yeah. And then we can just... I'm not sure if I like this one here, but I do think I want to have another change somewhere. Okay, let's see if we have some... Do I got some... Well, all the way at the bottom. I was like, there were loops in this, right? Just so we can start with something here. Give it like some extra percussion, but let's see. Some kind of drums. Might have to make it ourselves. Well, maybe these can work. Yeah, that choir is amazing. I love this choir. It sounds so good. Maybe a little bit of... Make it a little brighter. Okay, but that kind of works. Never seen me without a hat before. So I guess the sort of like main chords are this, right? So what if we make a little thing with that? So it's like that going into that. I'm kind of hearing maybe some kind of an ARP thing. Let's see. So this pattern. That, I guess. And then we need to... I guess these can... Okay. I'm kind of hearing that. I mean, I have sometimes, but I mean, that could work after it. That could work. Yeah, the main reason is I had like well, probably due to it being so fucking cold out here in those couple of weeks. So like after New Year's, it got really cold out here, and we had like a shit ton of snow, and it was like there was one night or maybe 2, but there was one night where it was like, not the actual temperature, but like the what do you call that? The temperature of what it feels like, not what it actually is, but what it feels like. I looked on my phone and it was like I think it was like -9 or -10 degrees, and it was like feels like -16. I was like, holy fucking shit! Now, of course, okay, it was in the middle of the night, but still. So it was like really cold. And like, of course, like a couple of days after, I get like the worst dry skin on my scalp. It's like, holy shit. It was so fucking annoying, so I've kind of not been wearing a hat over the last couple of weeks. In the hope it gets better. It is better now, though, but it was fucking annoying. Usually when it gets really cold, I'll have like a problem with that. Okay, let's see if we can make this one cool. I am close to water, yes. Yes. I'm next to the fucking ocean. Well, not directly, but how far is the ocean from here? It's not that far. Directions. From here to what would be the nearest coast? I guess here? To here? What is that? Yeah, of course, that's let me do it in a different way, because it's giving me a road with all kinds of fucking bends and shit. Can we measure? Yeah, we can measure. Cool. From here to here. I guess that's the closest. Like roughly 25 kilometers. About 25 kilometers from here to the coast. So that's pretty close, you know? And we usually get air from the North Sea. So I get like that air coming in here most of the time. Not when it was that cold though. We had wind coming from the east, so we got like Russian cold, I guess. Regulate your humidity and you'll feel better. I'll look into it. You live in Stockholm and you're wearing a beanie at home right now. Yeah. I've done that as well sometimes. Okay. Now it's way too low. But if we use sync, I do this every now and then, but it's kind of a cool technique. Like taking like an LFO like this, or even just, we could even use an envelope actually. Put that on the sync with like maximum amount. You get that, and then you can use the attack time. To kind of get like this really... Let's just... It's almost like a pitch bend at the start. It's kind of cool. Maybe let's try doing a little bit of that. Maybe we'll swap those around. Are you watching the stream in a work meeting? Don't let your boss see it. Should we do it here as well? Let's drop that down. Grab the sink. And chuck this same one on here. That's kind of cool. I'm sorry. Just crank this up. let's see. Let's use this one on here. Because I changed the velocities here, right? So we have different velocities for these nodes. Maybe bring these down ever so slightly. Maybe instead of doing that, we can bring these up. Put it a little bit on here as well. And the release. Let's maybe do that. Maybe a high pass at the end here to kind of filter that out a little bit as it goes up. So it definitely wants a high pass to begin with. Yeah, like something like that, and then we'll use this again, but maybe do that. Maybe even from here. Let me duplicate this a couple of times. So let's do that. Or this is looped, right? Yeah, we can just drag it out. Then let's automate that macro here. Let me make another tea. Not sure what will turn this into, honestly, but I do like these kind of sounds. Do we want maybe another low pass filter in here? That just opens up. Not sure we're really hearing that, but... I guess we're hearing that. Well, not really. We do it, we have it at the level of 100. We want the reverb to come up as well. And then to at the end, of course, so somewhere around here. Okay, we don't really need Okay, that's kind of cool. I like both octaves. I'm not sure which one will do. But what will we turn this into? Yeah, good question. Okay, so this one, I think I'm gonna just do that. Let's... And that section. Like that. Okay, one moment. The pot of water that I made is making sound. Let me just unscrew that. Hopefully that works. Yeah, what could we turn this into? I guess we can leave that for now. It's a bit slow for drum and bass. We're at 155 right now. Well, we can check different tempos, of course. That's at the repitch, so that should still work if I change tempo. If we go to 172, like I feel like the choir feels a bit too quick. I mean, that works. Let's just continue and we'll figure it out as we go. Let's find some kind of a hit. Yeah, preferably just a hit, because I want to reverse it. Maybe just that one. Then we'll just... Let's do that first. Let's reverse that. Probably don't need the first transient. Yo, Angelite, welcome. No, we need something bigger. I'm not sure about the tempo, honestly. I think it wants to be slightly slower. We could. I mean, I've never tried this. We did dabble a little bit in this a while ago when I was making a drum and bass track with a kick that kind of worked, but I've honestly lately been listening to a lot of like hard techno music, which I absolutely love. Should we try? Might as well. I find very cool sound at sample tracks, contact libraries. I recommend them. I don't know if I have any of those. I don't think so. I just noticed you pitched up at 172 and it worked. We didn't pitch up. The only thing that pitched up was the percussion thing, maybe. Still fucking love that break. Not for this, but I do like that break a lot. Yeah, so let's see. My brain kind of feels like it wants to be somewhat slower. This will be 160. $155, that's what we were before. I feel like 155 is like a really nice area to be in for this kind of art. The choir is the Strazov sampling Rhodope 2 ethnic Bulgarian choir. It's such a good choir. I love this one. It's like there's two choir patches that I often go for. It's this one and the Japanese children's choir from Omnisphere, which is like a good sort of like similar one. This one has the benefit of like having the different syllables, which is really nice. Also, I need to save because we haven't saved yet. Let's see. Let's do. What is the date today? 30th, right? Let's do 2026. 130 stream. I sometimes even layer the two. That kind of works as well. Demon Slayer vibes, yeah, or Ghost in the Shell. Where's the other one? Here. This one is really nice too. I like this patch. But it's just one syllable, right? So you don't. Is it? Huh? It's also making sound on that one. So, like, this one is just one syllable, but I really like the other one because you get like the control over like the different vowel shapes, you know? It just sounds amazing. Might even do that as well. Let's put a CC control on here. And we're gonna put this somewhere, maybe 70. And then we'll automate it up so that it goes like that. Maybe even... Kinda cool. Yeah, it sounds amazing. I'm kind of wondering, I think I'll replace the reverb that we have here. Because I'm still not liking the reverb in Serum. Like, it's better than what Serum 1 had, but I still don't like the reverb in Serum 2. That already sounds better. And then we'll just, I don't know, automate it up here. Half time could also work, but I might try something. Which would be a out of my comfort zone for me, but hey, that's kind of fun. Do I have something? I mean, we do have some kicks that I made a while ago. Let's see what we get. Let's just chuck this bad boy in here. This was for the drum and bass stuff that I was working on, where I had like a drum and bass track where I needed like a really dirty kick. I believe there was one track that I was working on a while ago, which actually had like almost like techno like drop. And I made kicks for that, and this is one of them, I think. There were a bunch of other ones. Let's see. Probably gonna have to make something more ourselves, but yeah, it could totally work. Something like that. What if we duplicate this thing for now? It's gonna distort like crazy because we're clipping, but now I'm wondering, could we do that? I've not tried the new Valhalla reverb. I do kind of want it, but at the same time, I already have so many reverb plugins that do I really need it? It's not a free plugin from what I saw. It's the Future Verb, right? Yeah. It's like a reverb and a delay in one, which kind of cool. But you know, I have Valhalla Delay and Valhalla Room, Valhalla Vintage Verb, Valhalla Shimmer. What is the other one? Supermassive. So I kind of already could recreate stuff similar to it with just Valhalla Delay and one of the reverbs. But there are some cool new modes which are kind of interesting, so might get it at some point. Okay, time for some sound design. Time for some sound design. Well, we can just loop a single beat, I guess. C# is kind of low though for techno, but hey, who knows what happens. I might actually get it at some point though, but you know, like part of my brain is also saying like, do you really need it? Sure, it would be nice, but do you really need it given that you already have a shit ton of different reverb plugins? Probably not. stopped buying since, yeah, exactly. Me as well. I stopped buying most plugins, honestly. Like I've got enough plugins, you know? It's much better to just make yourself more familiar with the plugins that you have. Oh, I had a phase like that, Angelite. I had a phase like that where I also started buying like a shit ton of like contact libraries and things. It was back when I worked in this kitchen here in my village. Was this what is it, like a psychiatric center, like psychiatric sort of like hospital? Well, not really a hospital, but more like like a big terrain of like a big sort of like site where there's like all kind of people with like mental issues that are living there, with like different buildings, for like different, I guess, kinds of psychological issues. Like there were ones where the patients would just be able to walk outside of the door during the day and just go out. And then there's also buildings on that site where there's like patients living there that are just a danger to society. They cannot go out, they're basically stuck inside because well, if they let them go free, well, they're gonna commit crimes or shit. Um, and then there's also a whole site on there for like actual convicted criminals that not like not like your average thief or something like that, but like people that, have done like horrible things, like um like killed somebody in like a state of psychosis or something like that, or even like people that do like what is that, sexual crimes, basically, stuff like that. Those people are just completely locked up in a separate building, and I would work in the kitchen there, just making food for all these patients, and I was earning a lot of money because I had to wake up basically at, what was it, like 3 a.m. and start work at like 4 a.m., make like breakfast, and then make like the lunch and dinner as well. And yeah, I worked a lot there, but I also earned a lot of money because it was such horrible times, Well, horrible for most people, but for me it was an absolute gem. Like, I'm nocturnal anyway, so for me it was perfect. I would just take a little nap before going to work for a couple of hours, wake up, go to work, be done at like what, sort of like lunchtime, and have like a whole afternoon. I would come home, just take another nap, and then in the evening I would just be able to work on music and do stuff, and then I would take another nap and repeat the whole thing again. And then the longer it went on, the more people started leaving because this place, well, this place also had like a ton of problems. Like, um, obviously because it was such a place, it got like government subsidies and shit as well. And the owner, not when I was there, but the owner from before I started working there, um, he basically just took millions and millions of euros of government subsidies and just funneled them into his own accounts. And the place wasn't doing too great. And then when I started working there, it had just been sort of like taken over by a different person, who was trying to fix it all and trying to make it good again and sort of like fix what the other guy did. But it was like, it was like a dying cause, basically. Um, and so when more and more people started leaving, I started taking over all of their shifts. So at some point, I was just working so much there. I was, and because the pay was so good, it was really nice. No, 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 it was fine. I actually had it might have actually been one of the. It wasn't like a job that was really sort of like, um it didn't really ask much, you know, like it was a job that I could literally do with my eyes closed, basically. It was really easy to do. But at the same time, it was also really fun working there. Like there were some really chill people in the kitchen. Like a whole bunch of younger people that worked there, but then as well a whole bunch of like older Turkish ladies, and those Turkish ladies, oh my god, man, they were absolutely nuts. I had so much fun with them. And then there was this like one like head chef that was basically like this old Dutch teddy bear, basically like this fat Dutch dude. Like he was like what, like 150 centimeters tall, 160 centimeters tall at most, and just like gigantic in terms of his what do you call it, circumference. So those Turkish ladies would always make fun of him, even though they were all like big as fuck. Like, don't get me wrong, they kind of had the same body shape, but they would all make fun of him. But at the same time, he was like this kind of like teddy bear dude. So we had so much fun there. It was always just hilarious working there. And then, of course, also because there's patients there that would just be able to walk freely during the day, we would have encounters with them. And mate, I've laughed so much. Like not laughing at them, but just like some of these patients, man, they some of them were genuinely just like people that are just like, you know, have like mental issues. Like they wouldn't do well when they would live by themselves. You know, they're not capable of caring for themselves, so they need care. But at the same time, they're just great people, right? They're just people anyway. They just have been dealt a bad card in life, basically. It's not really much they can do about it, right? And some of them were absolutely hilarious. Like they would be coming up to you just asking if they could help, and then you would some of them would just, you know, you would just give them something and just be like, "Yo, go bring that to the other place over there." And literally dude would just be walking around the site all day just going from one building to another because all the people working in the different buildings would just give him something, and everybody knew about it as well. And that dude was completely happy. You know, he was completely content with that. He would just be, if you wouldn't do it, he would actually become sad and he would just start crying or something, and just, but you just give him something and just, yo, here, go bring that somewhere else, and he would just be completely happy. But then every once in a while he did like the weirdest fucking things. He would just suddenly come up and I would be working, because the first part would just be making the food, and then after that I would have to basically do the transport kind of part, where I would just, you know, there would be like trucks coming by and they would pick up all the food, and then I would, you know, have to load the truck, and then the truck would go off. And then every once in a while he would, you know, come at me there, because I was then obviously working at like the outside of the building, right? By basically like this warehouse where he would walk past. And then one time he just came walking up to me. Dude literally just caught like a goose. There was like this pond at that site, and they would have like ducks and goose living there as well. Dude just comes walking up to me with like a goose in like his arms, like, look what I have, look what I have, dude. Mate, I never laughed so much with that dude. Yeah, exactly. You know, maybe try to get the job back. It's not, well. The site is still there. The site is still there, but they have basically outsourced the making the food now. It's basically just handled by like a different company. That's like an outside company that not on the site itself anymore. So that job is non-existent anymore. But yeah, exactly. Like not a completely sane errand boy. Yeah, exactly. And he would actually be happy if you would let him run some errands, you know? It would be the most simple things, right? Like here you have like a stack of plates, just bring it over there. And he would be fine. And then an hour later he would come back asking for more to do, you know? And in a way, it probably was good for those people, for that dude as well, right? Because, like I said, if you would tell him that you didn't have anything for him to do, he would actually just start crying and just be sad, and you know. So in a way, it was kind of good for him, I think. But it was hilarious. I've seen so many shit there. Also seen some not so great things there though. Like that's the downside of working in such a place. Like you see hilarious things, but at the same time you also see some pretty horrible things. You know, comes with the kind of people you work with, I guess. People just attacking each other, like one patient attacking another patient or something. Just smashing his head in, stuff like that. And then the police has to come and like care workers have to come, and we've had some horrible things there. And then of course as well, like because you're dealing with like people that a lot of them might have also had issues with like drugs and stuff like that. So as soon as night falls, there would be like drug dealers coming onto the property and all that kind of stuff, and then the security would have to come in, and or police would be called, and or just other things, like a patient setting fire to his room or something, and then the fire brigade has to be called. We've seen some weird ass fucking things there, man. But again, like it was never boring though. That's a good thing as well. Like nothing as horrible as a job that's boring. That's just the same thing day in day out. That's the worst. That's why I would definitely not be able to work like an office job or something. That's just like fuck that. I wouldn't be able to, man. I would probably end up in such a place myself if I did that. No pencils allowed? What are you talking about? Okay, let's see if we can do something fun with this. Right, so how would we make, like, I feel like if we're gonna go this route, then this kick needs to be absolutely massive and dirty. Like absolutely insanely dirty and loud. Let's see. Let's grab a vintage verb. And let's create another chain here. Or maybe we'll just grab the hybrid reverb for now. And just go with the convolution section. Let's make that. Let's create another chain. Let's see. Let's first make a bit of a dirty version of this kick, because it's a bit too clean. Like, I know a lot of techno people, or people that make that kind of music, absolutely abuse the Vengeance sample packs. I know that. And as much as I have them as well, but still, like, I kind of like the more control way of making things myself. Well, you basically described my aunt. Rest in peace. One time she came with a buzz cut and dyed red. When I asked her why, she said because she's about to go fight another lady, so she'll have advantage. Won't be able to pull her hair. I mean, that's a fact. Yeah, there's like... That's the thing, like, right? We had like such a wide variety of people there, in terms of patients. And some of them were just genuinely just good people that just had like some kind of a mental issue, you know? And it could be like there would be people that had like just genetic mental issues. There were ones that were drug addicts, and because of that were just completely off the rails. There was also a facility on there that was literally just housing like a shelter for homeless people, you know? And then, of course, there were people that were literally a danger to either themselves or to society, you know? So it's like a really wide variety of people. But yeah, those people need a place too, you know? And some of them, they really cannot help it, you know? They're just, you know, whatever. They're just not dealt the right cards in life. Which sucks, but, you know, there's not much you can do about it. Other than help them. Okay, so let's make this one. I mean, that already is. I kind of wanted to make this kick a little bit dirtier first, but we're already getting into the territory. Like, this is more what we're gonna do first. Kind of like the technique I would do if I would make like a dirtier drum and bass kick. Also, I need to piss like crazy, so you guys for a moment can listen to this, because I need to take a pee. They just trying to survive. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you can't let some of those kind of people walk on the streets, you know? Like I said, they might be a danger to themselves or to other people, and that's not what you want. Plus, it's not going to make them any better, you know, if they just walk outside on the street and they cannot care for themselves and they end up homeless on the street, and, well, you know the deal. It just, it's a vicious cycle that just gets worse and worse. And so it's good that there's places like that, you know, where these people are housed and helped and given, you know, somewhat of a life, you know, the most important thing is that they have structure, you know, that they have sort of like a set schedule during the day that they can get used to, because that usually helps a lot with those kind of people. And this place, it honestly was a pretty good place as well. They had like this what do you call that? What do you call that in English? Basically, they had this like area on the side where they had like a whole bunch of animals, like farm animals, basically like goats and chicken, and like basically just smaller farm animals, like not like big cows and shit, but like I guess they had the donkey as well. That was probably the biggest animal. They had like geese and like all kinds of, like rabbits and like just basically like smaller kind of animals like that. And the patients would just help caring for those animals as well. Like, well, not all the patients, but the ones that were capable, And then people from outside, like not people that were, living there, but just regular people, could actually come and visit, and visit those animals with their children or stuff like that. And it was actually pretty good for, I think, for some of those patients that they were able to sort of like have that structure and have this thing to do during the day where they would basically just work, caring for the animals. And it was kind of a good thing. So it's not like all bad, they're genuinely trying to give those people somewhat of a life, Yeah, I'm gonna be back in just a bit. I really need to piss, so one moment. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's get to this dirty kick. Let's go make it. Like, we're out of my comfort zone, but I kind of like what we're doing today. Better than a stream where we are just like, wondering what to do. So let's just move ahead with this. Why not? So we have a bit of a dirty kick now. Let's see. I don't like that. Let's go and find... Maybe we'll use isotope trash. We were talking about isotope before. Oh yeah, that's one thing I hate about isotope trash, is that when I click inside the plugin, my spacebar stops working. I can't play. Just wanted to sound a little bit dirtier, a bit bigger. Not full on that. We're not making gabber. Mix it in like that. Let's see what happens if we... Might have to layer something on top of it. That works though. Let's use this as a starting point. So it needs a lot more though. So this would be our starting point for now. Let's see. So to actually turn it into a proper sort of like techno kick, we're gonna need a lot more reverb. We need rumble. So how are we gonna do that? Well, reverb, first of all, that's what I know. So we can make a parallel chain with a reverb. Then we got that. Let's make that reverb mono. And let's just chuck that down. And let's just solo the reverb for now. We're probably gonna come back to this as well. But the size is gonna do a lot. And obviously, of course, the type of reverb. And then we can, obviously we can, we want that to be low passed. So we could just chuck this on. Then we get into the sort of like rumble territory, right? But I believe these people would often also distort the crap out of it first. Let's see what happens. Like that makes it fat as hell. Okay. And now we also need a copy of this. We need an LFO tool on that. Let's just do that same kind of thing as what we had before. Just a little thing like that. And we'll probably have that coming in on the offbeat. And then let's route this one to the LFO tool. Still clicking. Let's... Oh yeah, of course, we need to do that. Okay, that stops it from clicking. We obviously will get a little thing here that layers with the kick, but that's probably fine. I kind of want this to be here at the end, so that when we play the kick like this, you get like that till. See, and it doesn't keeps repeating this thing, and when we do this, like I can also do it the other way around, and then just use that, then we get that, right? It sort of like cuts it off, so instead of doing that, we're just gonna do this. Messing with this reverb, because I think that's gonna change quite a bit. Let's see what happens with some different modes. You know what, let's also add more distortion at the end of it. Because why not? Working, it is, right? Yeah. Kind of like that one. I feel like it needs more mid-range. How are we gonna do that? Let's see. Might have to do like some more mid layer as well or something. There's a stock Rumble sample in Ableton, which is very cool. Oh yeah? I don't know what happens if I search Rumble. We're gonna get a lot of stuff probably. Yeah. We're getting a lot of stuff. Why is that called Kick Rumble? Yeah, I'll just make something myself, don't worry. We're already nearing something that is usable. So let's maybe... Like, I feel it needs something in that range as well. If we're really gonna make it dirty as hell. Okay, but that sounds like shit. Is it obvious that I don't make this stuff normally? We'll probably get that from some extra processing, but that reverb mono? Oh wait, my bad. That one was set to mono. What happens if we... Is that even doing something? Okay, it is. Not doing what I want yet, but let's see. Why is it not going lower? Yeah, the convolution reverb is also an option. Like even the regular reverb could also work from Ableton, but I do like the convolution reverb actually, or hybrid reverb, which is basically the same thing. It just has like another sort of like algorithm on top, but you can just set it to convolution and you get the same thing. And then probably one of these bigger things like real places. And we should probably do that. could even set this to an offbeat. Let's see what happens. Like now it's, if we take this off, it already starts on the offbeat. It's such a distorted mess right now. Do kind of like that one. Damn. Reverse kick that pumps in between could work. Could work. Holy shit, what the fuck is this sound? blown speaker kind of sound. Probably better to keep it mono. I do like the hybrid reverb more. Okay, we're gonna try something weird. Let's see what happens if we shift this down. Okay, maybe not. So I'm kind of looking at this here. I'm trying to get like a rumble that still has a bit of that sort of like sub in the same range as what the kick is, but it's really low, so I mean that definitely goes in the right direction though. Let's see, let's maybe layer something on the kick here and see where we go. Maybe we'll use one of the Vengeance samples for that. It might actually be a good use case for it. Bass drums, kicks. Absolutely never use these samples, but well, we could also try laying something else on here. Let's stick with my own samples. Like... theoretically, we could layer anything in here. As long as it has like a transient, you know? Like what if we just chuck that in here? Let's see what happens. Let's do that. I'm gonna group these real quick. These are our side chains. So that we have those separate. Yeah, see, we can just layer something in here, even if it's something completely different. And it gives a texture, which is kind of what we need. Okay, I'm also kind of wondering, one moment. Because we're just tweaking a kick now. Okay, now we're gonna go to the Vengeance pack because I need like a good hi-hat that is a bit like a 909 kind of style hi-hat, probably. Or well, 909. Something like that. I need some context. Like, honestly, some of these hi-hats literally sounds like it's the same sample with just a different volume curve. Or like one semitone up or down. It's raining hard at my place. It is raining here, yeah. And it was supposed to go and not even like rain, but like half ice, half rain. Let's just grab one and then we'll see what happens. But we kind of need something on the offbeat right now. Hey! Do we have... Let's just layer a couple of things in here just so that it's a little bit fuller. We got something to work with. Yeah, something like that. Like so that we have some groove, some percussion, you know? That'll get it going a little bit more. Let's group that, and let's just chuck an LFO tool on it. This one we don't really need a sidechain trigger. We can just use that. Maybe we'll chuck a couple of ones in here so that we have a bit of a different thing. Because obviously I don't like it that it's just... Yeah, right, just that first part maybe. I guess there's already an open head in here as well, but... Let's see which one we'll use. Like even those, some of those are just literally almost the same. What if we compress the fuck out of this? I know there's a really heavy compression preset in Ableton's compressor. What was it called again? Mildly aggressive? That it? No, it was like absolutely insanely... Oh, probably this one. Brute compression. There we go. Just absolutely smashes the hell out of it. Let's just EQ that, because it's probably gonna contain low end that we don't need. Maybe get rid of that because we have that. That one can probably be shorter as well. And I might actually change the sample, but we'll see. Guess we can just chuck it all the way down and then just use that. But I feel like we want some... Oh wait, we are also not playing the whole thing here. Holy shit. I found the one from Ableton. It's called effects subverb. Is it a sample or is it a preset? Not that it matters because we'll use whatever we have ourselves. Oh, it's a sample. That one. I mean, that's just a kick with reverb on it. Which works, I guess, but I find it a lot nicer to just use my own thing because then we have a lot more control. Which is also maybe, you know, a downside, but a plus side as well. Let's see. Which sound is... That's becoming absolutely massive. I want something with more... Maybe the first part of that. Like we need some more 16 note kind of thing happening in here. Holy shit. Let's if we set this to beats and then do that and then set it to 16s. We can emphasize that. We're getting a little click from the sidechain. That's probably just this thing going down. Yeah. Okay, cool. mean, it's getting closer to what we need. I had another bunch of packs. Which was that? Oh yeah, Thomas Penton. I remember those. Kind of a weird loop. It's already really compressed, but... That one is literally doing nothing, so probably don't need that. Which one did I do? I did this one. Okay, let's do that. Maybe... Not sure about this one. Get rid of this one for now. See what happens if we... shift that down, which is gonna give us a different tone. Okay, cool. I mean, we're getting into like a weird ass fucking vibe, but it's kind of cool. we're getting somewhere. Let's see. Let's make this a little longer. Not where we wanted yet, but now we can at least go back to here and start tweaking this thing with a bit more context, you know? Right, so we need something in the transient, I feel. That would be nice. What though? Something not that big. Well, maybe big, but it needs a particular tone. Doesn't need that much high end, it just needs more like this mid-range kind of stuff. And I feel like the distortion is also still doing a lot. What are we gonna layer in here? Yeah, I guess it's turning more into industrial kind of stuff, but that's kind of fine. I'm okay with that, honestly. Ooh, what happens if we add idea? What happens if we add another layer in here with should we use this? That might help as well. Way too much, but definitely needs an LFO tool on that as well. Let's see if this works. Might be good to have this on here as well. Oh, huh? The shape just changed for some reason. Well, when I copied it. I don't like the transient of this whole thing yet, but we can fix that. Definitely want something here, like the mid-range stuff, but we gotta find like the right thing for it. That's probably not too great. That does work, but maybe ever so slightly. Let's also get rid of this thing. What can we chuck on this whole thing to see what happens? Let's try drum bus. Drum bus kinda does some pretty cool stuff. Definitely gets into the right territory. There's one issue though with drum bus, and I noticed this when I was using it on drum and bass drums. Not sure if that's happening right now, but let's see. Let's record just this channel for a bit so we can see what it looks like. Like a big ass sausage. I think it's happening, yeah. So look at how this first transient looks, right? Looks pretty good. Maybe needs a little bit of extra noise or something on top, but and then look what happens here. See this weird sort of like DC offset that happens? Like that shouldn't be happening because we're doing the sidechaining thing, right? We're sidechaining everything to the transient. But you get this weird DC offset. It's not even that bad right now, but I notice it on drum and bass drums as well, that it will be good on the first beat, and then on the second beat, or whatever second transient heavy sound is that is in the sort of like the loop, it kind of creates this weird DC offset where it's sort of like, it almost looks like a little shape going down. It can also come from the bottom and go up with like a little curve looking shape, and that's kind of what I believe it's the drum bus doing that. So if we take drum bus off and we record this, see, it's gone. It's just perfectly fine. So something in drum bus is kind of doing something weird. I don't know what it is because the compressor is turned off, so it's not that. But something drum bus is doing is creating that sort of like weird offset for some reason. Now we can of course fix that by just resampling it, and we should be good. so I'm not too concerned about it. Yeah, it's a really strange thing. I actually noticed it on other things as well. Like, I used drum bus on like some basses a while ago. I believe it was like some 808 basses that I had, and I was doing a little drum and bass groove with like an 808 bass that was just doing like a repeated pattern, you know, like a 2 bar or a 2 beat repeated pattern, kind of like the Noisia, not Noisia track, the Sleepnet track. I keep repeating the same pattern. You know that tune. The bass line of that has like a 2 beat repeating pattern. That does. It's kind of almost like an 808 kind of style bass that just does this repeated kind of thing. And I was making a sort of like a similar kind of groove to that. And I was using drum bus on it just because I was just messing with different kind of saturation and distortion things, and I was like, this drum bus makes it actually sound pretty cool. And then I was resampling it, and I was like, what the fuck is happening here? Why is this happening? And I just couldn't figure it out until I suddenly at one point just turned drum bus off, and I was like, okay, why is it doing that? I don't know. I don't know. There's something in the processing chain of drum bus that does that for some weird reason. Which kind of a shame, you know, because then you have to resample it to kind of fix that, but there's also pedal, which can also be fun. Does kind of make it more low passed on the overdrive setting. For some reason, makes the delay more prominent in this example. We're losing sub and the delay becomes more audible. But if we turn sub on, it becomes absolutely insane. Pedal was maybe not the best one here. But even if we have it just mixed in, we will still get that thing. And what if we... And it's not even that bad now. I've seen it way worse. It's kind of odd. Don't know why it's doing that. How late is it? 12:28. We need, obviously, a better transition, but I'm also still not happy with this sound. Let's work on this section a bit more. We've worked on this now. Let's move that out of the way. And if we're gonna go with this kind of thing, then how long is this? 49 seconds. That's 24 seconds. Are we gonna repeat that one more time? I think we are. Okay, let's add some reverb to it, so let's grab... Let's do Valhalla Shimmer. Just set that to 0. And let's bounce track in place. Then we can also maybe use it again here. And maybe we'll do a reverse copy of it. Rock it on a different track. Just offset it a little. If you sidechain the ARP lead with a phantom kick, I mean, we're not sidechaining it. I know. We got our... Like now we're gonna have to go into this direction. Maybe that one? Okay. What if we turn this pitch thing on halfway through so it becomes higher? We're gonna use the noise here. But the clap needs to be a lot bigger. Maybe with some reverb. I kind of feel like we need a different clap. Something more in the lines of what we're making. And the claps in that folder aren't that. It's more like it. Like more like a stadium kind of. Might be a good moment to use one of these samples. So these are on my Patreon. These are basically just 16 bar riser samples, and they're in the key of C, so if we tune it up to C sharp, that should work. Okay, it's probably gonna end on that. And then maybe... Okay, why does it do that? Why is it doing that? Is that the reverb or the delay? No, huh? What is creating that? Oh, is it this? Yeah. I think the release needs to be bigger here, even though the release already is big as fuck here. What if we just chuck another one in here, call that release, and we'll just automate it up. Yo, Angelite, welcome. A different clap though. I still don't like that one. It needs to be lower. It's too low. I also don't like the sound of that one, but are we gonna speed this up? Kind of feel like it probably wants to speed up there. Maybe we'll automate that. We need more stuff happening here, but... I'm not liking that. Let's just repeat it like this. I think here we might just start repeating this. Okay, let's go and try out a couple of these. See what we get. Oh yeah, I have to turn the loop thing off, otherwise it's gonna mess that up. For some reason it does that, I don't know why. I'm so out of my comfort zone, but it's kind of fun. Where's this folder with rises here? That's kind of a nice one. What if we bring back the choir? Idea. What if we bring back the choir? Let's duplicate this track. But then with a really heavy sidechain. might actually work. Kind of feel like it needs a different pattern though. The kick is not good enough yet. We need to tweak that, but idea. Maybe some slight EQ in front of it here, so that we sort of like tweak. It's better without. The idea is good, yeah, exactly. We just need to refine it. Right, so this then. Do something on the master, which I would not normally do, but don't fancy making like a whole bunch of bus tracks or anything. I mean, for the intro, that doesn't sound too bad, actually. Let's move that here. Copy this one more time. And maybe we'll just repeat that like that. Maybe we'll get rid of that one. Oh, and then we have to bring you back again. that can come back on. And then we'll just, for now, just do that. I guess we can just turn loop on here, make it easier. Are we gonna use this one in the drop? Are we gonna use that one in the drop? That's the question. Guess we could. See what it sounds like, at least. I think it's gonna go away. I think it's not gonna be there in the drop, honestly. I think this is just for the build section or whatever that is called. I think we'll have something else here. Let's see. Guess more sound design? Gonna be a chord, or is it just gonna... Could also do this instead of +7, we can do +5, and then make the note a G sharp. So it starts on C sharp and drops down to G sharp. Maybe even just that. Let's see. Put some more reverb on this after the sidechain, maybe. Really detuned, but might actually be cool. No, that's not the vibe that I like. I think the choir idea is better. Just need to figure out what that choir is gonna do there. Because I feel like it wants to come in on the first beat already. Though it kind of works on the second beat as well, but maybe that. Maybe that. It's kind of cool. But then I wonder, would this maybe also want to be here? Good work. Although I kind of like it with that little gap there, so we could shift it. That like doesn't really matter. Like we can do that. Let's save and let me move everything that we have a little bit further ahead so that we can work on maybe a little intro section. I have no clue what the length of these things would be in techno, but that is 49 seconds. Seems like a okay length. Let's see, let's just move this here. Can always make things shorter. Let's just grab this for now. And let's turn this on right here. And then is it gonna turn off here? Bring some kind of element in here. Yeah, the kick's still not right yet, but we'll figure that out at some point. That one. Maybe better. We do a little. So, do we want to have this coming in there? I'll probably, after the stream, or tomorrow or something, I'll probably just download a couple of techno tracks to get some idea for for the it's like some hard techno tracks for the idea for the arrangement, if you get what I mean. Wait, we need to let's just do that for now. Grab all of this and let's just move that down to here. And then this one, we're just gonna mute it here. Weirdest thing that we made today. But I think I'm gonna stop soon because my ears are getting tired. But we're definitely getting something. I think the release is too much here. Let's just back this down a bit. And instead we want the reverb to really ring out. I think that would be better. So let's just maybe go all the way up. Getting hungry, so might also just be able to start building already here. Like, this might just be quite a long build. Might already be able to just start this thing here and kind of shorten this whole section, but we'll leave it for now. want to overuse this, but might be good to do it in front of that section. We're doing something completely different than normal, but I'm kind of having fun. Well, we had a lot of fun today. I figured, why not? Maybe we should do this more often. Okay, I'm kinda... For this intro section, why don't we... We're not done yet. Why don't we... That's a bit much. Wait, we could also mute something here. So, what if we mute this whole group? I'll leave it for now. I definitely want to improve the kick and then at some point also resample it so that I can use some reversed kicks as well. Like we can just resample one real quick, just so we can do that. Because like in this section, I think it would be nice to just have like a reversed kick leading into the next section. Get something like that. Maybe a little bit quieter. Maybe. And what if we also that, and then we might have to automate this thing to be off here, otherwise we're gonna get that doubled up. do we have some... Let's see, unsorted industry. We might have some... Even samples like that can work as like a rumble in a techno kick, honestly. Like, you just need something that has low end, you know, like impact or something can also work to create like rumble in techno kicks, I guess. Well, this is like borderline... I guess it's hard techno in a way. Again, I never make this. This is completely new territory for me. Maybe that can work. I guess we just warp this and then we just loop this section. Oh yeah, obviously it's gonna... That's the thing, like I probably wanna do, instead of doing this on the master, I would probably do it on the kick and then on the whole group or something. But I just want some more ambience in here. Might even be nice to layer something like this in the kick, actually. So the kick gets more noise. We do some EQ on that, get rid of the low end. Also, this sample is really wide, so let's just chuck utility on it. Maybe do that. So it's at least in the positive side. Can be wide, but doesn't need to be that wide. Chuck a little soothe on it. And what if we chuck an LFO2 on that again? Oh yeah, that's gonna get messed up, so we might have to do that in front of the soothe. Like if we use LFO2 after an effect that does a lot of latency, it completely throws off the effect. It throws off the timing of this. Yeah, definitely some noise is gonna help here. For sure. We're getting a little click here, but that's just because I'm automating this thing on the master track here. Don't really care too much right now. using some kind of Foley loops in here that have like some kind of texture will be really good, because then we can, you know, we can just loop like a section like this. You can hear there's a little bit of texture happening already now. Not sure if I like all of this here yet. Yeah, definitely wants more than that, but... Intro's not too important right now. Kind of a weird thing for techno, I guess, but hey, it's me. I probably would, you know, do something interesting here with this. Different than what we're currently doing. And I feel like maybe this can come in earlier. Then something here in this gap. Yeah, exactly. Like, is that even a thing? Would that be a thing? Cinematic techno idea. I mean, I like cinematic stuff. You know that. You guys know that. So, cinematic hard techno. Would that work? It probably would. Like some really dark cinematic kind of stuff, you know, like, or at least something that has like you know, a bit of a sick vibe. Like this choir is pretty nice. This section needs to have bigger percussion though, that's for sure. But cinematic techno sounds like something fitting to a montage of some sort. Yeah. Maybe not this hard of techno. The choir is a contact library. It's a Rhodope 2 ethnic Bulgarian choir. What are we ending with in the first phrase? This one, right? Yeah. This is the end of the first half. So doing this here makes sense. I mean, Angelite said this before. Like, it's not cheap, but imagine what it would cost to record a whole fucking choir, you know? You would be looking in the tens of thousands, probably, to properly record a choir, you know? First of all, you need to get the fucking space. You need to get the recording equipment. You need to get the whole fucking choir and pay all of those people. So, when you look at it that way, it's not as expensive, you know? It's probably relatively affordable compared to what it would otherwise cost. The processing makes it sound better. I mean, it already sounds pretty good right off the bat, actually. Like... That's just straight out of the library. So it already sounds really good. I'm just doing a little bit. It might be nice if we have like a long reverb coming in on that last note. Let's just use a vintage verb here. And I'm going to use maybe the palace mode. Set it to now. Actually, let's group this and make a parallel chain so that it's not affecting sort of like the sound of the choir itself, but it's just being added to it. And then let's do utility after it. We'll set this to a macro and just set that to 0 dB, and then we'll automate this during that node. And maybe we'll EQ that slightly different. Maybe make it a little quieter. So it just sort of like creates a little bit of a transition element there. It's kind of nice. Anyways, I'm gonna stop streaming because one, my ears are tired as hell now, and two, I need to piss like crazy. So thanks for being here. I'll be back next week. Next week we're doing feedback, so get your tracks ready, because next week you can send them in for feedback. I will make a post in the Discord in the upcoming week where you can submit your tunes. If any of you makes techno, send them in, because hey, we're in this vibe now, so why not? And if you do something else, drum and bass, dubstep, whatever you make, doesn't really matter, just send it in. I can't promise I can give proper feedback on it, obviously, because I'm not, you know, some genres I'll just be like, what do I need to say about this? But if I can, I will give you feedback. It's not like you're paying for it, it's free. So I'll just try my best and tell you what I think about it. Always fun listening to you guys' music, so kind of cool. It's kind of a listening session and at the same time giving some feedback where I can, so that's kind of cool. That'll be next week, so join the Discord. I'll link the Discord in the chat. And if you want to support me on Patreon. Link to that will be in the chat as well. Thanks for being here. We had a lot of fun actually today. Like I said, maybe we'll do this more often. It's a good change from drum and bass, you know? Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm working on drum and bass stuff every week, you know, week in, week out, and it gets a bit tiring, and it gets to a point where I don't know what to do anymore, you know, or I'm just bored with it for a bit. And it would be nice to have some other kind of things to go to when that happens. And I had fun today. Even though I'm completely out of my comfort zone, I had fun. So, good stream today. Nice. Definitely gonna have to do some research on this kind of music. Like, I do listen to it sometimes, but I have never really looked into the production of it and like the structure and all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably look at some things and analyze some tunes that I like to get a better idea of what the sort of like go-to structure kind of thing is that they'll do or stuff like that. I'm gonna be playing Skate because I'm already late actually. I was supposed to end this stream around 1 a.m. It's now 1:40 a.m. There's a meetup in the Skate game that I said I was going to be a part of. There's a whole group of people that I hang out with in the game every time, and there's a big meetup tonight. So I hope the server isn't full yet, because there's a max of 150 players in those servers of the Skate game, and it might be that I'm too late. Let's hope not. But yeah, I'm gonna see you guys next week. So I had a lot of fun, and thanks for being here. So I'll play this during the outro of the track. Why not? Let's copy this here. So we have some more stuff here. Thanks, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.